day, good evening, good breakfast, good brunch, good lunch. Here we are, live again. We're going to make an intro cutscene this time. So, let's have a look skis. Okay, so we're just doing a bit of documentation as we go. Let me actually get rid of, because we don't need that, but we'll have a look at it. Archer escapes cutscene. Where is it? In here somewhere. Archer escapes cutscene. Just do a little bit of promo over here. It's gonna put me in. Where's it gonna put me? I think it's the last boss. Alright, where's it gonna put me? Ah, this is the last boss, okay. So I'm just gonna do a little bit of promo here for actually just press F10. It should give me a screenshot. Screenshots. Well, I'll do. We're just going to make a little bit of a promo, because see if we can get some people to come and join us and have a bit of fun today. Let's have a look. Okay. Working on the current scene, working on the final cutscenes for the forest level today. Say hi. Just drag that straight in there. Yep. And where else? I'll go here. Pop that in there. And that one and that one. Cool. Alright, so that's good. That's all done. Alright. So we're actually working on the intro cutscene just to start with. Okay. So we need to add a signal track to start with. Signal track. Okay, and it's going to be that receiver. And add this Archer Escapes cutscene. Okay, so it's going to be pretty straightforward, this one. So create a new folder, Archer intro, and this will be a new file. It'll be the Archer intro cutscene.cs. Yep. And make a namespace. Thank you. Yep. And I'm pretty sure we can just do that. It's just going to start the sequence. Because I've got all of the abstractions here, so that's good. Okay. So we just need to move this one. Once Unity gets itself together, we can remove that. We can add the Archer intro cutscene, and we add the. So what we want to do is we want to zoom to the card boss first. So there must be one there. I'd say if we have a look at signals, we'll just copy this path because I've got to change the head rotation as well. Should do that. Where's our documentation? README. Yep. So first we need to zoom to the party. Oh, there's no zoom to. What's this? Switch to card boss object lookout cam. Yeah, I think that might be it actually. So we'll pop that around here. Alright, so I'll even bring it down a little bit so people can sort of see the forest first. Okay. And I want to add a reaction. So the switch to card boss object lookout cam, and that is Hey Stephanie, thanks for dropping in and asking me a question. What makes Unity my game dev engine of choice? Well, I was a Java developer for about 15 years, maybe 20 years. Trying to think of how long it was. It was from when I was about 20 till I was about 37, 38, so maybe 18 years. And so I know Java really well. And the closest language to Java is C#, and so that's kind of why I chose Unity, because I understand the language. And I thought, well, why not do something that I'm familiar with? And that's why I chose it. To be honest, I probably would like to be working in Unreal Engine because I'm really fascinated by that. But it's way too late for me to change for now, so I'm sticking with this to try and get the game complete. Thanks for asking. So what we're doing here is we've added in a little timeline. This is going to be where our archer boss is revealed. Okay. Are you a game developer at all, Stephanie? Okay, so we've started our cutscene. We've put a signal in. Alright. And now we need to look at we need to add a new conversation track. So we're going to go and add a conversation track. Alright. And in this conversation track, we need to I can't remember how I specify the conversation. If I just look at Archer escapes. Oh, actually, yeah, there it is. So it's going to be right. So we need to add in a new conversation. So we'll go back to our Archer intro one, and we will start conversation clip. And this is where we specify our conversation, which is the Archer intro. Okay. So once we have the intro, it's going to zoom in. She's going to say something. May even do a little action. So let's have a look at perhaps some of the animations that the Archer boss has. Here she is. So this is our Archer boss. She looks pretty mean. And we are going to have a look at some of her animations. I'm going to look for one where perhaps she does a little move or something. So let's find her animator to start with. Well, we can find her animator just by clicking on her prefab here, and there it is there. That's the animator. If we go and have a look here, open up this one. She's only got, what's this one here? Okay, here are all the animations. So let's take a look at some of these. And I'll just move my big fat head to start with. And we'll put my head up here for now. I'll follow a goal. Follow a goal. What are you doing, follow a goal? There it is. Pop that over there for now. Alright. So let's have a look at some of their animations and see which one will be good for a little intro. So this is attack. That's not bad. This looked pretty cool with the camera up close. Zoom the camera right in. Bang! She says something. Then she fires an arrow straight into the camera. I reckon that'd be pretty sick. Let's see what else she's got here. What's this one? What's this one here? Sort of a fire and a duck. Yeah, I don't think that will be very good. What's this one? Not bad. Still liking the first one to start with, to be honest. That's her idle animation. That's a death animation. We don't want that one to start with. That's not a good one to start with. It's a hit. It's a run. What's this one? That's another duck fire thing. She already... Oh, that's a kick. That's not bad, actually. I think I like the first one. Like when she fires an arrow at the camera. Bang! Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So, let's grab that animation. Pop it straight in here. And we need to configure this animation because I want to react to things that happen on this animation at this point. So... And I want to be able to call this animation, and so we need to add a bit of a few scripts that I've made already to this animation. And really this is just behaviors, so things that happen when this animation executes. So I can put in what I've called a emote animation clip state. And I've got it hooked up to a character rig, so there's Shadowvale Archer. All these are custom components, so basically all they do is they react to certain animations so that I can observe the reactions and then do something when that happens. So when this animation fires, I can shoot an arrow or something like that. That's all this does. So we're going to select the correct. I'll do one more thing actually before we do that. I need to just quickly go back to our animator. And we can quickly find that by, again, clicking on our thing here. I've got a little tool up here that basically generates some configuration for me. It's nothing special. All it does is sort of create some configuration so that I can react in different ways. Right, so this is Archer Attack Combo 1. There it is. Perfect. Alright. And we're just going to remember this one because we might put it in later. Now, if we go back to our original prefab, which is our cutscene, Archer intro cutscene. Here it is. Alright, okay, so I want to be able to play an animation during this conversation. So she's going to do that sort of fire at the, she's going to fire an arrow at the camera. So in order to do that, we're going to need to hook into that event. So when the signal hits, we want to play that animation. Now this particular script, if we take a look at it. Hey Lorenzo, thanks for jumping in, thanks for asking. So I am working on a game called Dolphin. We can have a look at it while we're here. It's basically a turn-based RPG with a card deck builder in it. So I'll just pop the link there in chat. Basically, you are leading a band of mercenaries against a evil force, and you also play a game of cards as well. So as you're leading your band through, you need to fight the enemy and fight the bosses, and you play cards against the bosses as well. So right now, what I'm doing is I'm working on one of the cutscenes, which is the introduction to one of the enemy bosses. So I take it you're a game dev as well, Lorenzo? Okay. So, Archer intro cutscene. We're going to do a little bit of refactoring here because I'm just going to pin this one. Close the others. Thank you. Yeah, I'm having fun making it. That's the main thing. And thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Do you are you working on something at the moment, Lorenzo? Alright, so first up we're going to jump in here. Now I know for a fact that this particular class has a subclass called miniboss cutscene, and that's where an animation is played. Here it is right there. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to bring it up to the abstract class up the top here so I can reuse it. Oh, road-like. Nice. Do you have a Steam link or anything like that? Feel free to chuck it into chat. I'll check it out. No, I'm not working on this by myself. I did start working on it by myself for about 6 months or so. But then I went to a conference. I met a bunch of really cool guys and girls. And yeah, and so it's about half a dozen of us now that are kind of working on it in and out, all in our spare time. So it's very, you know, I'm very grateful to have people that are working on it, basically for free, you know, just helping me out. It's been fantastic. Sure, pop it in, man. Pop your Twitter in. Yeah, mainly the coding. I don't really do any art work or anything like that. A lot of the assets, we license them. There is some of them that we sort of create by ourselves, but you know, I'm sure you know as a game dev that it's very difficult to, you know, it takes a very long time to sort of create artwork. So yeah, we'd rather just buy it than generate it ourselves. We try and, you know, buy it so it's within the theme of what we're working on, you know. Try not to make too much of make the assets too different. So it's very kind of low mid poly sort of stuff that we procure. I'm just going to pop this function up here. And we need the target character as well, apparently. Okay. It's making it a bit more painful, but anyway, we'll be alright with that. I'll check that link out in just 1 second, man. I'm just gonna make sure that I do this correctly so that I don't bust other things. Let's have a look here. So we need that target character, and then somewhere we set that target character as well. So we're just gonna, it's after the character's spawned. Okay. Okay. So all this needs to go up there as well. And that. This could get annoying. Okay. Right. No, it's alright, man. I'll just go into kind of focus mode and unfortunately ignore chat for a little while. Alright, we have to think of something here different here, because this refactoring is not going to work very well. So we need to think about we do want that preview animation clip. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to revert these changes because I need to think of a better way of doing this. So let's revert that one, and we will revert the abstract one as well. Alright, and we'll probably just do it in here again, but before we do, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this link and I'm going to look at this, because sometimes when you distract yourself, it helps. Here we go. Sweet as. Hang on, I'm just going to pause my music for a second to take a look at this. Alright, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to follow, and I'm going to like a bunch of your stuff. Oops, go back. Because everybody loves likes. And where are we going to go here? Let's have a look. Sweet as. That's really cool. It's a pretty cute little game. Let's have a look here. That's really cool. So it's an RTS, did you say? A roguelike RTS, real-time strategy. Wow. That's cool. Yeah, that's alright, man. That's fine. I'm getting the picture here. There's no sound, obviously. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now it's going a bit better. Here we go. It's just probably my internet's really bad here because I live in Australia and they don't invest in internet over here. Ooh. So hang on, you've got this target here. Are you trying to protect the target? Is that what it is, or? Did I watch Eurovision? Nah, but I know we had the Milkman. Yeah. That's funny. Trying to hit the test target, right. Looks good though, you know. Good little start to it. So it's cats, is it? Your cats fighting each other. Looks like you've got a lot of the mechanics, sort of the game mechanics, which you're starting off with, which is great. You know, I think it's always important to start off with the mechanics, make sure that all works well. Very good. Well, you know, when you got a little demo, I'd be happy to give it a go and test it out for you if you like. It's done really well here with your view counts as well. You've got 21,000 views. That's excellent. Very well done. Well done. All right. So I think we're just going to have to bite the bullet here. Actually, before we do that, let's have a good look at the mini-boss intro cutscene. Now, where does the animation get played? If we can isolate that little bit. We're trying to hit October this year. It's a bit touch and go, like there's just so much to do. If I can get my goal right now is to get all of the dungeons complete. So which sounds a lot, but they're all procedurally generated, so it's really a matter of putting the enemies in and the cutscenes. They're the two big things. And I'm hoping to get those done by the end of next month. So that'll be June. And then add a few more cards in July and get a sort of end-to-end finished product by August, and then I can get it out for testing around September, and then hopefully October will be the release date, which is PAX in Australia as well, so it's like the perfect timing. It's going to be tight, but you know, that's the way it goes. Now, what I'm thinking here is we could actually just take... So... some way we can just bring this code down or up into the abstraction. Yeah, I think we can do this. I'd say... so I reckon all this... I think what we can do is... let's bring this out to its own method. Extract a method. I'm going to call this one... play preview, play animation, let's play emote actually. Is what it is, and we're going to give it the target character. Which is an abstract character, so let's give that the abstract character. Alright, and then target character becomes this. And then we'll make this one abstract. So if I bring both of these guys, ooh, actually, this should, okay, it should be okay. All right, so we'll grab these. And we're just going to put this into the abstract timeline cutscene. Oh, thank you, man. Thanks for that. Yeah, if you have any feedback, there's a little sort of chat icon in the bottom right of the screen when you're playing it. And if you see a bug or you see something, perhaps, you know, you think maybe we could improve on, just click that and you can type in, you know, what you think needs improved, and it sends a little screenshot and everything like that. So one of the big things that I try and do is make games that people want to play, that they enjoy. And so yeah, if you see any anything that's kind of worth changing or you'd like to change, just let us know. Right. So, I think we're getting somewhere here. Play idle clip. Alright, so we do need to put in an abstract character here. We need the character rig type. Alright, it's getting a little bit tricky, but I think we're getting close. You know what, actually? I think I'm going to change this. Yep. See, it's unless you do something 3 times, it's not worth doing it, I reckon. So I'll discard those changes, because I think I've got a better idea. And same with this one, you're going to get discarded. Now what I'm thinking is that we make this just an intro cutscene. That's it. It's got a it's got a target character, it's got everything that we need on it. So we just reuse this. And don't worry about the abstractions. See, it's always the simple. Yeah. Yep, it's got everything that we need. This one's a bit different, zoom to miniboss, but the target character, let's just check. Ah, see, the difference is, it's this. That's the difference. So, the difference here is that this is specifically for a mini boss room. So we want this for... we're going to be able to specify what type of room it is. There needs to be a particular predicate as to what, does this room get played? So in that case, we actually need to make an intro cutscene with a mini boss one and then a card boss one. All right, let's do that. I think this is how we do it. Right, so what we're going to do is we are going to make a new one. We're going to make a new file. This one's going to be called an intro cutscene.cs. All right. And it's going to have everything that our mini boss one's got, except for one thing, which is what we'll do in a second. So let's just grab all of this. I don't like having too many levels of abstraction, but I think in this case it's warranted. So we've got our intro cutscene. We'll just let the AI sort out the start of that, which is good. And then I'm going to pop this in here. Alright. And then we're going to take all of these imports because they're all the ones we need here. Alright, so what we're doing is we're making an abstraction here, which is an intro cutscene. And then, so this will actually be an abstract class. And then our mini boss one is not going to need any of this at all, so that can all go. But it will extend the intro cutscene. Alright, I'll just let Unity catch up a little bit. And then this intro cutscene, it's got one thing that it cares about, and it's this mini boss room. So what we're going to do is going to make an abstract method. Okay, so it'll be a protected abstract boolean, and it'll be something like hate this sort of thing, but should play cutscene, right? Okay, and then it's just this basically in our first abstraction. So if I grab that, anywhere it mentions should play cutscene. So basically, if I go to our one here, we'll implement that method, and we just pop it straight in here. Is the goal. All right, so we need a room. So it's going to be an abstract dungeon room, and return, in this case we want to return true if it's a mini boss room. Alright. Now it's not liking something. I don't know what it is, but I guess we'll find out. Okay, now we need to pop the room in here as well. We probably don't even need it actually. We can just go and grab it. But let's just have a quick look up here. So no, we've got it here. Yep, so we'll pop it in there. And that method that we made needs to have an abstract room. Alright. And that's it. And then we do the same thing for our new Archer intro cutscene, but we need another reason. I think it's going to be the spawn room, and it's going to be, we have to load the game. Right, so this one here is again a intro cutscene. Alright, so we're going to, and how we're going to, when we're going to show this is when we load the game, we make sure we're in the right dungeon, the first room, so it'll be a spawn room, we're in the right theme. They're the two things. So let's go, so we'll try and get our game context, which is a class that I've created. It's not one that comes with Unity. Just helps me get code basically. So, and that's a whole nother story, we can talk about that, but basically what that means is that I've built a whole service system where I can plug in and out services. So I'm about to get a dungeon service now. Sorry, a serialization service. There's AI's gone and done the code for me, but basically what this does is it allows me to plug in and out services. Why do I want to plug in and out services? Because they're easy to test that way. So I can just plug it in with a fake service and then test the bits that I want and then put the real services back in. That's kind of why I do that. If you want to learn more about that, please ask me, because I could go down that rabbit hole for quite a while. Right, so we want to make sure that the theme is the correct theme. So we're going to say that the active theme index equals hey Stacy, thank you, I'm well, thanks for the lurk, appreciate you jumping in. Dungeon theme name, and it is the forest. If anybody hasn't seen Stacy Says before, she's a streamer, awesome streamer. You should jump on and watch her stuff. Alright, so we are definitely in the right theme index, and we need, and this needs to be a spawn room as well. So and room is spawn room. Okay, cool. So it's the forest. Oh, actually, we need one more thing. We need to say that the room dungeon index is 0. And well, we need to pull this out as a local. I'm going to say game progress active dungeon index is actually 0. Excuse me. Okay, so That looks good. I like this. I like it a lot. Alright, so we've got a should play cutscene. We'll just check anywhere else where it's got a mini boss reference. Here we go. So, same thing there. Grab him. Pop it down here. Is there any other mini boss references? Apart from that, which is fine. Cool. I think this is looking good. I'm happy. I'm excited. Nice little bit of code there. Reused a whole bunch of code, which is I'm really happy about. Right. So getting back to our timeline. So it's going to zoom into the boss. Boss is going to say something. She's going to shoot an arrow at the camera, and then it's going to zoom back out again. We should have a preview animation, which we do, which is awesome. And that preview animation is actually this one. Just going to copy that. Go back here, paste it right here. Dungeon theme is the forest. Character visuals is the Shadow Veil Archer. And rig type is that. Dungeon index is 0. Rockin'. Okay, so dungeon index is already checked, but this is really checking the room, isn't it? Let's ask the AI what it says. What? I'll remove this. I'm pretty sure if I find this, if we go up to here and we say wherever that is. Oh, before we yeah, so it already does the check here on the dungeon index on the enable and return. So it doesn't. I don't even need to do that. So I'm going to take this bit out. Alright. And does it do the theme as well? Let's check. So it checks the theme. Yeah, it does. It does check the theme. So we don't even need to do the theme. We just need to check the room. Which means we don't need to load the game, which is awesome. That all goes. All we need to say is... all we actually need to say is that the room's a spawn room, because everything else is checked, which is awesome. So let's see what AI says. If I add this, what should I call this method? Based on the code I can see, is very well named, really. Keeping the current name? No. It's too generic. It should be something to do with the room. Because that's what it checks. No, I don't want is spawn room. That's worse. Alright, we're just gonna leave it. AI sucks sometimes. Okay. Alright, so That's all good. Now, we need to add in a little thing that basically, it's a trigger, and it's going to trigger the little animation that she's going to do. So let's go to our cutscenes, signals, and there should be a play preview animation. There it is there. Bang. And then we just want to, oops, save that. And then we just want it to switch to main camera and then start the turn. Alright. Now the only thing is understanding how this gets played. And I think, I'm pretty sure I can just get played when it spawns. Let's have a look. Archer, intro cutscene. Alright. Let's edit this script. And we're just going to check. Now the cutscenes themselves, they get played on before room activated. It does, so it might just work. It might just work. Right, but we've got to set up ourselves so that we're in that dungeon. So to do that, we're just going to go to our save games and rig it for ourselves. Alright. So we're going to be active theme index of 1, dungeon index of 0. We're going to be active room index is going to be 0, and we would not have completed anything yet. Alright, let's see what happens here. This will be interesting. It'll probably break because we haven't tested any of this yet. So let's press the play button and see what happens. Oh, I'm doing my stretches. Stretching the old calves. Pussycat, what are you doing, puss? What's happening? Oh, look at that. It zooms into her. That's sick. Pussycat's here to say hello to everyone. Meow cat. So it's zoomed in, but it hasn't zoomed out again. Has it? There's been no errors. Ah, because we haven't added any reactions to it, have we, Whisker? No, we haven't. Right. So, Archer intro cutscene. What we need to do is Puss, what are you doing? Hey? What you doing? Just gonna sit there, are you? Okay, Archer intro cutscene. What are we gonna do? Alright, we're gonna do the reactions to these. So, what's this first one? play preview animation. Cutscene. There's play preview. Play preview. And then switch to main camera. Switch to main camera. And then start the turns. Start turns. Alright, let's try that one more time. And she's not saying the right thing either, so I need to make sure that I say that, get that sorted out. So I'm not sure what's happening there. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is, pussykins. Zoom back out. Yep. Bang. And start the turns. Yes. Alright, cool. So this is working pretty well. She's not playing a preview animation, which is the only thing. So we better see what's going on there. Ah, you know why? Because I'll tell you why. Actually, no, it should play the preview animation. Let's go into intro cutscenes and have a look at play preview animation. Wonder if it's this one. Target characters not a thing. Okay, I think I know why. So what we need to do, where does this get assigned? Let's find out where this gets assigned. Here, the character gets spawned. It should work, alright. It's because it's the card boss. I don't think this is going to get called. So let's have a look. Before I do this, where do I in UI how can I show the file menu? Puss, what are you doing? Hey, how you going, Cave? I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well. Pussycat, will you stop knocking the microphone? Hey? Just chill out a little bit. Is that a picture of like a caveman in your profile? That's cool. I like that. I've seen that picture somewhere. Display file menu. No. Yeah, menu bar's hidden. View appearance, show menu bar. Ah, cool. That's awesome. I don't think you've been on. Have you been? You have been on this channel before, yeah. Ah, yeah, cool. Puss. Do you have to stand on my shoulder? Come on. It's a bit hairy or something. You can hop down. Come on, hop down. There we go. Ah, right, cool, yeah. Have you got it up there on the... Are you making a new Unity asset on the store, are you? Where is it? View appearance. Why can't I see the damn file menu in this thing? I only just started using cursor, and I swear they hide everything on you. Anyway, we're just going to press play here and attach to Unity. Press play. You're going to see why. See why our emote animation is not working. What's the Unity asset that you're making? It's a menu, is it? 2D one? Alright, here we are. So the character got spawned. I think the problem is that it'll never get here. I think that's what the problem's going to be. I just press play, and yeah, it's never got there. So that's going to be null, which it is. Right, so what we need to do is something a little bit special here. We need to come in here. We need to say when this gets enabled, we're going to make this a virtual then. Protected virtual. And I think, I'm just checking up here, it's got no on enable, which is cool. And then back here, we're going to say override on enable. And what we're going to say here is if we're going to get our game context. Again, our game context just allows us to separate our services, which is something I wrote a little while ago. I'm going to bring out our dungeon service. Alright. And then from our room, we should be able to get our card boss, I think. Oh, is it? Maybe it's from our dungeon service. Can you get card boss? Yeah, here we go. Now, if this is null, actually, if you can't get one of those, you can just completely disappear because there's no point. Now, is there an on card boss spawned? Let's have a look at that. There is. It's in the dungeon service, which is perfect. So, if let's check card boss. Alright. Now, if the card boss equals null, then what we'll do is we'll say dungeon service and wait till it spawns. We'll create that method, and we should be able to set we should be able to set the target character now. But let's just double check that, because I've got a feeling that abstract card boss is not actually an abstract character. So we're just gonna yeah, I don't think it is. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's just a mono behavior. This is not an abstract character. So we need to do a little bit more refactoring here. We're going to have to... Let's find all these references for this guy. Now I'm pretty sure animation clip controller, zoom to miniboss. Right, follow positions, vcam positions, character visuals. Okay, so I think it's mainly the animation clip controller. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have another one here, which is the animation clip controller that gets played. So private controller target animation clip controller. Alright. It's not private, thank you. Alright, now this one it's going to set that. And then when we do this play preview animation, we don't care about this target. We only care about that one. But we should say that. Exactly, we should say that. Thanks, AI. Right, so now we only need to set the target animation clip controller for us to be successful. So we'll go back to here. We'll actually make a public setter for this. We'll make it protected. And I like to make protecteds with a capital. And then if we go back here, all I need to say here is equals boss that. Boss dot. Is it under character visuals? Yeah. Boss character visuals. Try get component. Animation clip controller. And we set that to be the target animation clip controller. And then hopefully that'll work. I'm just going to check one thing. If you can't get that, you should return. It's better. We need to do an on disable here as well. Let's just double check the intro. It does have an on disable, so we're going to make that a protected virtual. And we're going to override it down the bottom. Ooh, we can get rid of this now. change. Where is that? What did I call it? Come on, what did I call it? Target animation clip controller. Okay. So I'm just going to check the other places where I use this. Make sure it's being used in the right way, which it looks correct. Alright. Okay, that's all good. So we just need to do the override the on disable, and we need to grab these. And we need to do this. So we're just basically removing the handlers here so that it all gets cleaned up and there's no memory leaks. And for these ones I like them to be specifically deregistered because we don't know what else is going to happen down the bottom there. Alright, so that's done. So now at least we should see her play her animation, I would imagine, because she gets spawned. The target animation clip controller is set, and then it should be. This is player character, by the way. Oh, give me 2 secs. I'm going to be right back to someone here. I'm just going to pause for a second. Alright, I'm back. Just the girls going out. Alright, here we go. So, how are we looking? Let's give this a play and see what happens. Let's see if she does her animation. Come on, do your animation. Bang. Yeah. But then something happened after that. Something broke. 147. 147. 147. What's your problem, bro? What? Nothing there. Yeah, of course. There's no target character. Alright. Very cool though. Be cool if it went right down in front of her face, I reckon. We'll check that out in a sec, what's happening there. But this animation clip controller just needs to be the target animation clip controller. Yep. And are there any other animation clip controllers? Animation clip controller. That's fine. That's it. Yeah, okay, that's how it should be. Alright, that's that bit done, but let's just have a look at where it zooms to and see if we can get it really like in front of her face, like it's kind of, you know, pointing directly at the camera, right down. And there's something wrong with the conversations as well, so I think I just need to do one thing, which is if I look at game context, services, visual, I think. No. UI? Yeah, here we go. I think I'm going to add in... I'm going to add something in here. Edit script. What is it? The dialogue service. Dialogue service. We're going to just jump in here quickly. Dialogue service. Dialogue service. And it's a conversation name, which should be Archer Intro. Yep. What's the time? 11:25. If I get this done, and then I can get the last cutscene done, then we're finished for the forest. Archer intro. Cool. Now, let's just press play again. We'll see where it zooms into and see if we can get it right in front of the bow. Let's go. Oh, it's bloody cold here in Melbourne. Here we go. Stop. Oh, wasn't quick enough. Anyway, at least the conversation's coming out nicely. Let's try that one more time. Press play. Let's go. I'll get it right down. Alright, so back to the scene. Now let's check this object look at camera and see what it's actually looking at. So cameras, dungeon vcams, object look at cam. What are you looking at right here? This one. Okay. Top right follow. I'd like it to be the face look at. So let's just go back to the game. No. I reckon if we just grab this one and pop it over there, see what it looks like. Actually, we'll go and have a look at where this is. It's right there. Yeah, we want it to be a different camera angle. We want it to be kind of here. Maybe looking sort of like that, right at the camera there. I think that would be cool. Again, we might need a little bit of refactoring here. But if I actually grab this and I put it where I want it to be, like that, and then like that, pause it. How's that looking? That's pretty good. The UI is showing as well, and it shouldn't be showing, so we need to make sure we sort that out. Maybe a little bit that way and a little bit down. Yeah. That's cool. Alright, so let's copy that position of that transform. Copy the position. Because that's going to look sick. I'd love the arrow to shoot out. Oops, I just banged my... yeah. Alright, we've got that position anyway, so let's just do that bit by bit. So that's the cam position. And we need to do a little bit of refactoring here. Before we do, I'm just going to take a quick toilet break. I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes. Alright. I'll stick my head back down here now. And alright. So this is looking good. Let's set that camera position. We need to do a little bit of stuffing around there. Bit of refactoring again. So we want any of these cutscenes to specify the camera cutscene face follow. That's zoomed to miniboss. See, I think this all needs to go down to let's just check in what we've got here, because we might do a little bit of refactoring. Git. Where am I? Am I still on master branch? Oh, let's not do master branch. Let's do a git checkout feature archer intro. Alright. And a git. We're going to add everything there. I'm going to commit it. And we're adding the archer intro cutscene. I'll push that. Alright, so that's pushed our code up to the server so that we don't lose it if it gets into a big thunderstorm, because that would suck. Alright, so instead I think this zoom to miniboss can go down to the miniboss intro cutscene. Because really, this is no, maybe not, because it's not really zoomed to miniboss. It's zoomed to target character, which means if I change this method, I've got to change it in the timeline as well for all of my thing is, which... Should I do it? I really do need to do that. I'm going to have to change it anyway because... Actually, is this even used? I mean, isn't it zoom to... Switch to card boss object look at cam. This is the one that gets used. This is the one. Right. Yes. I was looking totally in the wrong place. So let's make a little abstract or virtual one here. Protect virtual. Protected virtual. Void. Actually, it's protected virtual transform. Get camera cutscene follow position. Yes, thank you, AI. Ah. And we just need that. Damn it. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Could do this again here. It's okay. They're only getters, so it's not going to be a performance hit or anything. It should be a try get. That needs to be a ball. Try get. Yep. And this becomes null. And that becomes that. And then I can say return that the camera cutscene follow position doesn't equal null. Perfect. And this is just if you can't do it here. If you can't do that, if you can't try and get that, then return. This AI can be confusing sometimes. Okay. So, if you can't get the camera comes in follow, then return, off you go. Right, cool. Now we should be able to override this. So, all I'm going to do is I'm going to override that in the Archer boss intro cutscene. Puss, what do you want, pussycat? Hey, come here. Oh, the puss. She's a puss. Okay. Meow cat. Yeah, he's a meow cat. You meowing? Oh. What do you want? Alright, so Pussykins. It's a bit dangerous you sitting up there. I don't like it. You have to sit on my shoulder though, don't you? Alright. So, instead... Meow? Instead what we're going to do is, we're going to override it here. So, override this one. Now, on card boss spawned, what are you doing here? You have to set that here. So the card boss is going to equal the boss. Isn't it, Bush? Hey? Card boss equals the boss. Card boss is the boss. Now we should have the boss here, so I'm going to try and get... Oh, hang on. We're just going to say that this equals null to start with. And if that equals null, then return false. And we need the vcam positions. And from the vcam positions, we're actually going to get the... face follow. Dot transform. What is that? Not a? Is that not a transform? Ah, I've imported the wrong thing. So sometimes, yes, doesn't quite get it right. There we go. Okay. I like to do this as well. Make sure it doesn't equal null. Pussycat, do you have to sit right there? Wag your tail at me? She's wagging her tail because I dare to speak to anyone else. Okay. So that's good. That's all working. Now we just need to check that face cutscene follow position and make sure it's the one that we saved before, which is this one. So we'll grab that. And while we're in there, we'll make sure we set the face camera locations as well. So, Pussykins, what are you doing? I don't like it when you sit there. I don't like when you sit there and walk all over my back. What are you doing? I said, what are you doing? I think it's time for you to hop down. Come on. No. You're hopping down. Come on. There you go. No. Go on. Get down. Oh, that cat. Bloody cat. Hey? You can sit there and stop meowing at me. Alright. Alright, we're going to go into our abstract card boss. Abstract, actually, Archer card boss. There she is. We're going to set the... Hang on, that's face look at. We want face follow. Get back in here. Camera cutscene face follow. Oh, it is there. Okay, what's that? What is that looking at? There should be a camera cutscene face follow. So this should be face follow. Rename that to face follow. Face follow. And then we just set that paste position. X obviously should be 0, but everything else looks pretty good. Now we're going to change the face cam on this one as well while we're here. Why is there no face camera? Oh, okay, sorry. It's the wrong place. We want Archer Boss Enemy. Might as well do that. Archer Boss Enemy. This one should have a face camera. Okay, and that position. We'll set the position. We got these earlier on. We're just stuffing around. So paste that position, and then want to paste the rotation as well, just so we can see her head properly. Paste rotation. All right, cool bananas. Now, if we press play, we should see it zoom into her face now. And I'm thinking maybe it zooms in a little bit, or the conversation starts a little bit early, so we'll just double check that. But this could be hopefully it. Let's see. Zooms in. Bang. And then out again. I think maybe the whole thing needs to start later. I'm thinking probably like 5 seconds or so later. So let's just go to our cutscene. Archer intro. And I'm thinking we just shift everything down a fair bit. Is there a hide UI as well? Let's double check if I made one of those. Yeah, let's put the hide UI right at this, right here. Alright. So it gives the, if we press play here on it, so it's going to be looking around, bang, zooms in, bugger you, does the animation. Hang on. Where's the animation? It's here. Preview. We'll bring that back a little bit. Yeah. So let's think here. Hide UI. We're looking at the forest. Down. Conversation. Shoot the arrow. Zoom back out. Zoom back out maybe a little bit earlier and then start the turn. So we'll try that. And the UI should be hidden as well now when it happens. Let's try again. This is looking good though. I think we're almost finished here. And just about in time for lunch as well. Let's have a look. Alright, so zooms in. Lost already, this forest eats fools like you. And then start turn. What do we think? I think the conversation starts too early. I think we've got to give it a couple of seconds, even more, because people have got to be able to read it and see what's going on. So let's go and have a look again. So hide UI, zoom in's good. I think you've got to be able to see her a bit. So let's move this out a bit again. We'll just move these out for now. and I think a bit longer to look around. So it gives you 4 seconds should be enough. Then zooms in for probably 2 seconds, which is takes 2 seconds to zoom in, and then probably a second to look at her, see what's going on. So that'll bring it up to what? Well, this one's at 4, so zoomed in 2 seconds, so this should be like 7. And then she does her animation. Yeah, and then we move out again. Start the turn. We'll just bring this out a bit. So I'm thinking something like this. Okay, let's try that again. Because we want to give people a bit of a look at that. This is the first time they've seen the forest, so we're going to have it come up. They can look around. Oh, there's a forest, and then what's going on here? And then bang, zooms into the boss. So first time seeing the forest. Bang, looking around. Oh, looks cool. Awesome. Zooms in. Bang, looking at her. Looking good. Gives her a whacker. Yeah, that's good. Now, the only thing is that the text doesn't hang around for long enough. So there's something we need to do there by memory. And it's in the dialogue, if I remember. What we actually need to do, we're going to go and copy these from another setting, but so first 4 checkboxes, 35, and we need to put this in here as well. Okay, I think I can replicate that. First 4 checkboxes. Yep, and that's 5. And then there's this one, and I think it's that one, right? We'll just double check that though. We'll just double check that back at the Archer Escapes. It's the first one. It is the first one, first setting. So we're just going to grab that. Is it I wait for message 0? That doesn't look right. I don't think so. Yes. I don't know why I put an I in there. Okay. Let's see if it hangs around for 5 seconds now, the text. And we might need to keep the camera there for a little bit longer, because kind of might zoom out a bit quickly. Let's have a look. Bang, see the forest, zooms in. The UI is not hiding properly. We need to put an end in there, in the timeline. I think anyway. Yeah, I think that's how it goes. Alright. Yeah, now the UI is not hiding properly. Let's check what's going on there. So somewhere up here, there should be a hide UI. Here it is. Oh. I'm pretty sure I call the hide UI. Let's double check what's going on here then, shall we? Gonna see why it's not hiding the UI correctly anyway. Alright. Yeah, it's definitely not hidden. And in fact, it's not even calling that piece of code. Why is that? And what's your problem? Can't find any built-in in-sequence command named clear subtitle text. Get out of town. Get out of town, man. Okay. That needs to change. Oh, that's a bit weird. Let's double check the other ones. It's interesting how they've all got a space here. Like, why is there a space there? I really don't think there should be. Let's put a space in and just see what the hell happens, but it's really bizarre. Clear subtitle text all. Alright, let's try that again. There was something else I wanted to change as well. I totally forgot just then. I'm sure I'm going to see it right now. Ah, yeah. Why the hell isn't the UI being hidden? I'm calling this hide UI. Oh, I know why. I think I know why. I think it's because I haven't set it as a trigger. We'll get that in a sec. Yeah, it's not liking it. Can't find any built-in sequencer command called clear subtitle text or a sequence command component named sequencer command clear subtitle text. Really? It works everywhere else. Ah. I think I know why. We need on our timeline, let's go to our timeline, which will be this one, and we actually need a continue conversation track. Continue conversation track. And we just add a clip here. Basically, this is just ending the clip, ending the conversation, which will be how long? 5 seconds from here. This starts at 7, 8, 9, 10, so 12. About there. Right, so that should work. And then the hide UI as well. So that'll be back at the start here. We won't have a reaction for it, which is what I suspected. Should be a hide UI. There it is. Bang. Done. Alright. let's give that a bit of a crack and see what happens. Yep, it's getting cold now, which is good. So our UI should be hidden, which it is. Perfect. Zooms in. She says her thing. Lost already, this forest eats fools like you. And then should disappear. It did disappear. We still got a error though, which is weird. So maybe we don't need to call that last. Maybe we don't need to call that last thing. Let's have a look here. Maybe we don't need to worry about this clear subtitle text. Let's just try that and see what happens. It's a little bit finicky, the dialogue system. It's extremely flexible. Now the problem with a lot of flexibility is that you can easily screw it up. If we don't get any warnings out of this, then I think we can call this done. Don't you think, Pussycat? Yeah? Pussycat says yes. Well, that's weird. Oh, we didn't get the warning, which is good. Placeable spawner. Okay. I think we're done. Hey Ryan, how you going? What's happening? Yeah, meow cats. I got this cat. And it just meows at me the whole time. You know? You give it whatever it wants, it still meows at your head. Oh, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, man, I'm doing well. Doing real well. I'm working on games, man. Like, what else do you want to do with yourself, to be honest? Alright, let's end that turn. See if we can win this one just quickly. He killed my bear. 26-hour shift, dude. Whoa. That is crazy. Some crazy ass work in there, mate. What do you do? In 26 hours is nuts, man. Now, I don't even think I could stay up for 26 hours these days. I get tired at bloody 10 o'clock. Straight to bed. Alright. Whoa. Ocean turbines. That is sick. That's some pretty hardcore stuff, man. I've seen pictures of people working on that stuff. That's full on. So they wind turbines? Like for renewable energy or whatever? In the UK. Sweet. Yeah, they don't do wind turbines much here in Australia because we love fossil fuels too much. We love digging shit out of the ground. It's one of our favourite things. Ooh, I just got an error, did I? No, it's a breakpoint. Alright. Cool. I'm going to win this pretty easily, in fact, I'd say. Ooh, wonder what that is. Got this little bug there. It seems to go to a different camera location. Alright. Well, I think this is looking pretty smooth at the moment. I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's looking pretty smooth. And I'm kicking some ass. It always helps. Whoa! What the hell? My priest just had a full-on epileptic fit. That was crazy. I'll res the priest though, like this, with my res card. That's right, I've got to change that res card. It's way too powerful. You should res with half health, not full health. It's too OP. $60 hours a week. Ah, good one. £150. £150,000. So that's about, in Aussie dollars, that's a lot of money. It's like 300k, I think. Let's have a look. 150,000 pounds to AUD. Yeah, it's about 300k. That's fucking good. Yeah. $32,000 to learn it. And you know, I'm going to make a guess, Ryan. I'm going to make a bit of a guess here. I reckon you're spending all that, aren't you? Because I used to earn that much as well once. Five years ago, maybe now. And you know what? I fucking spent it all. Not all of it, actually. I've got a nice house and car and all that sort of shit. But I spent it. I'm still got to earn money. But I actually downgraded. I downgraded my job. Hey, this is weird. Why is that? It should be in front of that. I need to change that. I don't know what's going on there. Let's have a quick look-see here. Oh, that's good. Is it a managed fund? ETFs or are you self-managing? No, that's good. Do that. Do that. I wanted the whole, you know, house and family and kids and white picket fence and all that sort of shit. So that's what I got. But, you know, set yourself up, man. Retire early. Do shit you enjoy. You know? I mean, I do this for fun. This is my... Making games is my fun bit. I am also... at the moment, I'm a manager, IT manager. I work for a software vendor. It's fucking hairs on my thing here. But I wish I could do this full time. I wish I could make games full time. But you know, just doesn't pay the bills. It's kind of like music. You know, if you make music, you're not going to make any money. Oh, alright, sweet. That sounds good, man. That sounds good. Yeah, I mean, it's a headache managing all your investments. You got to check on them all the time, and you know, if you got someone else doing it and they're good, why not? I like the idea. Actually, I was checking something here, wasn't I? I was going to see why, if we looked at overhead display, character overhead display, one of these displays is weird. Don't kill my guy. That's right, you can kill that one, not the other one. Now, which character is it? It's for my knight. Sorry, my guardian. It's only the guardian one. Where's that? Archer, cleric, warrior, mage, guardian. So this one here. Oh, that's good. Yeah, they give you extra, huh? Yeah, you gotta be fucking careful though, eh? I mean, you have all the money in the world, but if you're getting around in a wheelchair or missing a limb or two, just safety first, man. I always say safety's number one. You do not want to fuck yourself. I think it's got something to do with these bloody resource bars. This should be a canvas. Resource bars, background, order in layer -5. Why? These should not be. Why are they -5? Shit. What have I done here? If I change that to 1, what happens? Yeah, they're right. Or even 0. What's 0? Even -1. No, it's got to be 0. I don't know, I'm just going to leave that for now. It's a bit sucky, but anyway. Oh, that's full on, man. So is it like diving? Do you do like diving and shit? You know, down into the ocean and stuff? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I wonder if I can do it, you know, if I was... Because I'm nearly 50. I'm probably way too old for that. There's that fucking problem again. Hmm. $24. Yeah, I think you'd have to be pretty young. Underwater welding, I've heard of that. Man, it'd be pretty a bit of a rush though, I reckon. Jumping in the ocean, friggin' welding, man. Be like you're out in space somewhere. Be pretty sick fun. Scary, but it'd get you going, I reckon. Whack on the spacesuit and go and float around in the water. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this. I'm going to check this shit right in. So git add -a, git commit -m, added archer boss intro. Yep. Git push origin feature archer intro. You got to hit 3 minutes. Fuck yeah! I've tried holding my breath for a minute. It's much harder than what it seems. Like there's a clock at one of the pools, and you look at the clock, you jump under the water, and hold your breath, and like I'm thinking, oh, it's easy, 2 minutes. I'm gonna jump up, and it's like 45 seconds or something. I don't know, man. I don't know how people do it. Alright. I'm happy with that. Pretty bloody happy with that. Now, it's 12:17 here in Melbourne, Australia, and it's fucking freezing cold. I'm freezing my tits off. And... what is it? How cold is it here at the moment? Yeah, it's 13 degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry, not Fahrenheit, Celsius. How much is it in Fahrenheit? 55 Fahrenheit for those Americans out there. Alright. Let's go and fold that in. So we go to our repos. So what interests you about game development, Ryan? Are you thinking about changing career? Because game development is about as far from offshore wind farms and anything I've ever heard of. Create. Complete. Happens to me that my coach told me there are lifeguards here to bring you back to life. Oh, right. It's the best place to drown. 3 minutes and 32 seconds. That is insane, man. So do you do like the I've heard of techniques where you breathe in, you just let like a little bit. I was on your recommend, was I? Crikey. Well, they're just recommending to the completely. Okay, completely. Okay, whatever. Anyway, yeah, like you sort of you hold your breath in, and then you let out a little bit, little bubbles. Is that how you're supposed to do it? Hang on, let's have a look here. Git. Git fetch. Check out master. So isn't it like freaking 3 o'clock in the morning over there at some... have you been out in the Terps, have you, Ryan? It's got to be 3 o'clock in the morning in the UK, I reckon. Let's have a look. UK time. Yeah, it's 3:20 a.m, bro. What are you doing up so late? Or did you just wake up? Is it time to start work on a Sunday? Let's be honest, you've been out on the Terps. Fill your mouth with water and breathe out my nose. It stops the... Oh, right. Full on, man. Well, I think you're doing a good job, mate. Oh, that's right. You just finished your 26-hour shift, didn't you? Don't you need to sleep, man? Or you're just so overtired, you just can't sleep. I've been there before. How do you stay awake? Or should I even be asking that question? Alright. Now we're going to make another branch. Git check out branch. And this is going to be the end sequence. We'll say archer end. Alright, so guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. It's 12:20 here. It's 3 a.m. in the UK, and Ryan needs to go to sleep because he's had a big shift. So I'm going to give him a chance to go and snuggle up and have a bit of a nice rest, because I'm sure he's going to be starting soon again. Oh man, how do you do that? Oh, you're 24, that's why you don't need to sleep when you're that old. Yeah. Wait till you get to, I'm nearly 50, and a good night's sleep is the best thing you could possibly get. You think getting laid in your 20s is the best? Nah. Having a sleep in your 50s, full 8 hours, spot on. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have a bit of a break. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm going to walk around the backyard and look at my vegetables. Maybe try and get a bit of sun, because that's what old people do. They go and have a look at their garden. So I'm going to go and have a look at my garden, and then I'll be back. I'm going to leave the stream on. I'm just going to pop it onto pause mode, and you can listen if you like. You can hang around or you can bugger off. Whatever one you want to do is up to you. Yeah, man, I don't know how you do it, but you are getting paid a shitload of money. You're getting paid a shitload of money, and hopefully it's for a short period of time. Save your bickies, and then you won't have to worry too much when you get older. Just be a tight ass and don't spend it. Alright. I'll be back in probably like 10 or 15 minutes, I reckon. Put you guys on pause, enjoy the tunes, and we'll see you soon. The wrong camera angle. There we go, that's better. I'm back. And I had a really nice lunch. I had some leftovers, because leftovers are the best. They always taste better. For some reason. Leftovers are always better. Alright. Now, where was I? I don't even know what I'm doing here. Can't even remember. Yes, I do. What we're doing is having a bit of a stretch. But we are also what I'm going to do, I'm going to sit down. Bring this down. We're going to sit down. There we go. Stand up all morning. That's good to sit down now and again. Right, let's get into it. So what we're going to do basically is we're going to do the end cutscene. So, and I think I had a saved one for that. Let's just have a look-ski here. Maybe it's this one. No. But you know what? I'm going to grab this. Save games. Do we have auto save up here? We do. Just while we're here, just make sure we get the right ID, which is correcta. Alright, we're going to see. We're just going to cruise through some of these rooms pretty quickly. Excuse me. I love coffee. It's my favourite thing. Apart from having a good sleep. Alright. But what we're going to do here is we're going to just skip through all these dungeons. I'm going to try and get to the end boss. So we should be able to... I'll just have a look here. Dungeon... so I'm up to the fourth room, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the fifth room, but 4 if you're counting indexes. So if we look at that in our little config file here, yeah, so up to 4. So I'm going to go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to go to 9. Let's skip all these. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we'll be at the 9th here. Save that, and press play again. That'll skip us to just before the boss. And this is where we're going to do the final cutscene for the forest scene. Turn my music down a little bit here. There we go. Alright. So if I just win this quickly, I can use my God mode to do that. Player instant win. Yeah. Now, we should be just before the boss room. Yeah, it's sort of right here. So I click that. Bang, the boss should be there. Right. Now, so what's going to happen when she dies? That's the question. I'm thinking that maybe, so I've got a bit of some dialogue, which I'll bring up in a sec. Got some dialogue here. Which is in, stop shooting me. Alright. She's definitely beatable, which is good. But basically, we've got some dialogue. So that'll be in messages. Archer. Where did I put it? Did I just put it in speech bubble? Where's speech bubble? Here we go. I did. I think I'm going to take it out of here. Here we go. All right, here's the script. It starts here. I'm going to grab all this, take it out. I'm going to pop it into this one here, the Archer boss. All right. And then we're just going to change these as well to be Archer boss defeated. Oops. Yeah, I'll just make it all Archer boss. Archer boss party member. Alright, Archer boss party member. Alright, so this is the conversation. So it goes, Archer boss gets defeated and she says, "He gave me purpose. I welcome death to see his dark design fulfilled." And then you go up to and you say, "Speak, name this shadow that commands you. You will know his coming when the night falls deepest." Now the only thing is, I wanted to look at the death animation of the Archer and just see what it looked like. Shadow Veil Archer. Where's her death animation? This could get a little bit tricky. So this is combo. I'll get my head out of the way so you guys can see what I'm looking at here. Go up the top. This is the death animation here. Let's have a look. Could pause it there, but yeah, I'm just thinking like because she's not supposed to die straight away. She's supposed to say a few things. So if she goes and dies, like that. She got her eyes open. She has. You could zoom right in there. Alright. I'm just trying to think how this cutscene's going to work. So I reckon it'll cut, go to her. She got a stun. Is there a stun? Stun would be good. We've got attack. The real attacks. That's idle. Death. Hit. Run. Yeah. What does the hit look like? Could I make a looping animation of a hit that kind of looks a bit like she's stunned? Because that would be cool. Then I could have her kind of wobbling, and then she kind of says something, and then she dies. I think that might work. So let's take a look at this. You could do slow motion here. What do you want, pussycat? What's your problem? Pussycat. What are you doing? Pussykins. Hey. Alright. So maybe just make her. What's this one? No, that's an attack, is it? It's an attack. Alright, so I'm thinking that maybe we just make it so the death animation happens. So she gets hit. Bang. And then it flicks to the boss. Zooms in and she says those things. Yeah, maybe we change the order of the conversation. So she says a few things and dies. Yeah, so it zooms in, bang, and says, "He gave me purpose. I welcome death to see his dark design fulfilled." And then it zooms out to the protagonist, and the protagonist says, "Speak. Name this shadow that commands you." And then, because you zoomed out, it might zoom in a little bit for her as well. "You will know he's coming when the night falls deepest." And then it zooms out to the whole party, and then the party goes in. Okay, yeah, so maybe that'll work. And then I might be able to switch it to the character and then put it into ragdoll mode, which will make it kind of collapse and look like it's dead. Yeah. That might work. A little bit of work, a little bit of extra work, but I think it'll kind of be okay. Alright. Let's do it. So, first things first, we're going to go to our README documentation because, my friends, because we like to write things down so that we remember them, and then it's easier the next time once you've written it down. That's a true story. let's just go to our readme, which is here. And this is adding a conversation. Alright, so first thing, we have new keys to our file, which we just did. There's our new keys. And we're going to pop these ones. So all of these keys here, they are going into, hey guys, going to go into our i18n. Yep. So i18n.cs, which is this one. Right. And it's going to be the Archer Boss one. All of those. Now, of course, they're in the wrong format, so we just need to clean all these out. We'll get there in a sec. Wish AI could do this for me, but it just will not understand it. I'll sit there explaining it to them for bloody 5 minutes, and by the time I've explained it to AI on how to actually do it, I could have just done it myself. So that's why I'm doing it. So I need AI to tap directly into my brain and think what I'm thinking, so that I can just think it. It's like, go and do that. That's what I wanted to do. But I don't trust AI in my head. Anywho. Right, so that's all good. I'm just gonna have a look at our wish list, see if we've cracked 1,000 yet. Really nice to crack 1,000. What are we up to here? Oops, that's not the one. Go back. How many wish lists we got? 981. There's been a little bit of a peak in the last few days, which is good. Nice. Anyway. So we've got all those in there. Good, good, good. Now, what we also need to do is get rid of Facebook and we are going to follow our instructions. Just pin these. So add a new keys, add to that, add a new conversation. So this one's going to be Archer defeated. So we go to our dialogue, we go add a new one. It's going to be called Archer defeated. Yep. That's cool. And then there's these things that need to happen. I'll grab that from over here. Not the Archer intro, I know what's going on there, but we'll do this one. Pop him over here. Oh, whoops. Archer defeated. Okay. And it's the Archer boss and protagonist, which is all good. Right, then we create nodes for all of these. So the first one is we're going to pin these as well. Pin that. Alright, so first one is Archer boss wounded. And we pop that in there. We're just going to do that for the rest of them. So create a new child node. Oops. Not that one. We'll make a few. Okay. How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then one for the end. Right? And then basically we can arrange these nodes vertically, I think. Can we do horizontal? No. Pussycat. You're being annoying. Alright. Now, can we select multiple ones of these? We can. Sweet. So this is going to be... Hang on. Let's just check these. It starts with final words. Archer boss defeated. Starts with actually final words. That wounded is incorrect. That must be up here, is it? Yeah, it is. Archer boss wounded. Okay, cool. Starts with the final words. And then party member. Disbelief. Yep. It's not actually 10, I don't think. And then the death. And the death. And then party member discovery. And then Archer boss party member realization. And then realization end. Got to change this. Oh, it's got double underscore. We don't want that. Alright, there's a few issues we've got to change. Realization end. And then that can go. And that can go. And that can go. And that can go. And then this. Okay, cool. So let's just check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What the hell's going on with our I-18 end over here? Or is it I-18? There it is. 1, 2. Okay, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What was changed here? Oh, bring the comma, yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there's 6 of them. Sweet. Let's go back to this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the end. Alright, what's the next step we need to do? Let's check. Did that. Did that. Okay. New prefab under cutscenes. New prefab under Covine. Prefabs. Cutscenes. And I guess we just kind of mimic the werewolf defeated cutscene. It's probably the closest thing. Which would be the archer defeated cutscene. Alright, now we can remove that because we're not going to use that. And we'll just remove these because we'll deal with that later. It should be a removal, really. Now this werewolf defeated timeline, I'm going to make a new one of those. Create a new folder. It's going to be the archer defeated. Alright. Call this archer defeated. Right. And that will be set here. Did you just bang your head, pussycat? Alright, that's archer defeated. Which is cool. Now, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Whizzikins. I am. Let's do. It's really painful, this freaking file system in Unity. I have to set up my bookmarks again. So bookmark that. Because Unity's got no navigation system. Pain in the ass. Close that off, close that off, close that off. Now we're also going to have to change, you have to add something to the archer boss, which is this one here actually. You have to put a death animation in there. Which I think is this one, is it? It's end idle. Death, there it is. So pop that in there. This is actually going to be an emote. I'd say. Shadow Veil. And it's going to be any weapon for now. Oh, and on this particular one, we do not want it to go back to idle. So I think we hit the idle override. Nah, it's not going to work. think I know where this code is too. Alright, while we're here, we're just going to bake these animations. Oh, not this one. She. That's not what we wanted. That was the wrong one. Dang it. I think these can go then. I'm going to go to the other one, which is... Is it this one? Yeah, it's that one. Okay, tools. Covine, animations, bake animations, that's better. Alright, now we should have that all set, which is good. Yes, pussykins. And just trying to think of how I can trick this. Actually, I can hit that one, because what I can do is in here, I'm just thinking about the animations at the moment, because I manipulate the animations in the intro cutscene. It goes back to idle, but we don't want to go back to idle because she'll stand up again. So we want to make it so that this doesn't happen. So we just need to say, oh really, I don't get that passed in. She. Oh, okay, hang on. Actually, if I grab this and I say pop it in there, then what I can say is here, I can say this is an emote. Emote clip state. I can say if emote clip state dot is idle override, or it's not one of those, then we'll add a receiver. Otherwise we just go straight into it and it sits there. Cool. Okay, that was a nice little fix. Now what happens after we've done that? Oh yeah, we're doing our, so we did our cutscene, we know that new folder, playable director. So go back to this one. Now, if we open him up in our timeline, we can set all these. Oops, did I not spell that right? Yeah, I didn't spell it right. Cutscene, I'm very particular in that. Has to be spelt right. Okay, so I've got a feeling I just remove this playable director and start one again. Well, let's have a look. Yeah, I think I'll start again. Let's remove it, delete that, and delete that. Let me start again. Okay. Add a new signal track. Good question, Necro. I started teaching myself when I was about maybe 7 or 8 years old. I started learning a program called Basic. I wonder if it's still here, man. IBM Basic Language. Yeah, this was it. I had that book right there. See, when you're a kid back in the 80s and you're living in the country, there is nothing to do. So either you go out and get into trouble, which occasionally I did, or you get into it and you start reading about it. And so I grew up reading books like this. So I got into that one. Kind of the classic is vintage now, because I'm vintage. So I got into that one. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, isn't it? It's way old school. I remember reading this particular book, actually. It goes through all the, conditional controls and gets right into how computers work as well, which is really interesting. Anyway, so I wrote a few little... Here we go. Some programs here. Yeah, this is what it looked like. So it's basically like a sequence of commands. So this is saying line 10 for an arbitrary integer x from 1 to 10, print hello Wikipedia, and then go to the next x. So it's a for loop. So it just runs hello Wikipedia 10 times. So yeah, I learnt that when I was younger. And then I did end up doing a course in applied science. So RMIT Bachelor, I think they've changed this course now, of applied science. No, they've still got it. So this is what I did. Fast forward 20 years or 15 years or whatever. I was late teens, 19 I think I was, when I went to uni. And I got this, which is a Bachelor of Applied Science. And in the Bachelor of Applied Science, I don't even know if they even had this. It's all different now, but... Oh, did ya? AppleSoft Basics, sweet. Yeah. Well, I don't think I did anything on the Apple IIe or the Apple II. No, hang on, I did. I lie. I did that in high school. They had some Apple IIes, but I was mainly mucking around in high school, chasing girls, not bloody sitting down doing my work, which I should have been doing. Anyway, I got a Bachelor of Applied Science at some point. And in that course, they did Ball and C++. And that's where I started learning, actually how to code. Now, by the way, I'm still learning how to code. Coding is a thing that you do your whole life. I don't think it's something that you just become a master at. It's an art form. Turbo C, yes. Yeah, I did Turbo C as well. So we started with Turbo C and then we moved to Ball and C++ during my university. So, yeah, Turbo C++. Man, Turbo C, let's have a look. Turbo C, that's a ripper. I think I only used Turbo C, not Turbo C. Oh, yeah, there it is. Images. Let's have a look at this sucker. Why aren't these clicks working? Here we go. Yeah. Crikey. Unbelievable. So yeah, started writing a bit of that, which I enjoyed. I mean, it taught me a lot of things. I never really understood pointers very well. Still don't. Just don't feel right for me. Yeah, Turbo Assembler. Basic PDS. No, I haven't heard of Microsoft Basic PDS before. And so there's this one, but then there was also a language that I learnt a little bit when I was younger called Amiga Basic, which is very similar to regular basics. But the Amiga was an incredible system. That's the book that I had. This one right here. I've still got it actually. It's out the back there. And it taught me, yeah, that's all taught me sort of procedural coding. And it had this system, and I loved it. It was called Amiga Say. Amiga 500 Say. Let's see if we can hear it speak again. Here we go. I'm just going to pause my music here.
This is the Commodore Amiga personal computer speaking. I can convert complete.
Hang on.
This is the Commodore Amiga personal computer speaking. I can convert completely unrestricted English text into high quality speech in real time.
This was text to speech in the 80s. The Amiga 500. I mean, how far ahead was it? I mean, yeah, the Apple could do it as well, but Amiga 500 was just incredible. Here we go. Here it is.
Hello, I am the Amiga 500 microcomputer. I have 1 megabyte of memory and a 3.5-inch floppy diskette drive.
Yeah, that's right. Source code printed on tractor paper. That's true. But listen to that. That was the Amiga 500. You know? I mean, that was released in, what, 1982 or 3? When was the Amiga 500 released?
Hello, I am the Amiga 500 microcomputer. I have 1 megabyte of memory and a 3.5-inch floppy diskette drive. Hello, I am the Amiga.
Here's another one here.
Hello, this is Amiga speaking.
Yeah.
I've got one of these in the back of the Amiga 500.
Amiga is the best computer ever.
So that was cool. Halfway through your Bachelor of Computer Science, I'm finally going to start my programming courses next semester. Crikey, really? So you've been doing math and general educations up to this point? Wow, I would have thought they'd start a lot earlier. But anyway, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I did. No, actually, you're right. I mean, I did. I don't think I started coding until mine was a 4-year course. This one, and I didn't start coding till the third year. Yeah. So I was doing maths and physics and statistics and all that kind of, yeah, that sort of stuff, which, you know, it's good to know it. But yeah, the fun starts when you actually start getting into the programming. It's great that you're learning the basics to start with. So anyway, I was off on a little bit of a tangent there, but basically that's how I started. What I did was, here's a little story for you. When I was in final year of my Bachelor of Applied Science, I really wanted to work for a software vendor because I wanted to make software. How you doing? Yep, nice. Cool. Good one. So here's a little story for you. I was in my 4th year of university, and they had an industry night. By the way, if you want to get a job when you leave university, you got to get in with the industry. You got to talk to people who are in the industry. You got to know people. It's all about who you know. All right. You can go and apply for as many jobs as you want. 80% of them will be through someone you met. It's just a fact. It's been studied before. So get to know people. You know, you might find someone that you've met as an acquaintance, and in fact, they are the best people, the acquaintances. You won't get many of your jobs through your family. It'll mainly be, or even close friends. It'll be people you've met once or twice. They're the people you're going to get jobs from. Anyway, so you go in, you go to the industry nights, you meet people, you introduce yourself. Any chance you can get, you know, if there's a speaker that comes in and talks and gives you a lecture, go and chat to them afterwards, ask them a question. Hey, my name's blah, blah. Just so they've heard of you, so you know that, you know, that what your name is, all that sort of stuff. Anyway, so there'll be a couple of those industry nights. You'll also get, you know, the chance to work in the industry. Usually in university, you get the chance to do a bit of, what's it called? Industry experience, whatever they want to call it. Anyway, you get to work at a company. Again, good place to know people, talk to people. Anyway, that aside, I got the card of a managing director of a company called Esri, ESRI, right? Esri Australia. I haven't looked up this name for a long time. So Esri Australia, they make GIS software. So they make ArcGIS, mapping software, basically. A lot of my course was in GIS. I kind of majored in geographic information systems. Anyway, internship, exactly. That's exactly right. So anyway, final year university. Here I am, and I got the card from the managing director because he was there. So I introduced myself. Hi, my name's Andrew. I'm, you know, really interested in GIS. I've been studying it, and you know, been understand about the systems. And I got his card. I said, "Can I? Do you have a card? Can I grab your card?" And he said, "Yep." So I gave me the card. You know, I sent him my resume from uni. You know, and I said that I was working on little stuff around things, you know, just making my own little projects. And I had my end of year project, which was I don't know, some website that I made. Anyway, I kept ringing him. I ring him every week or so. Did you get my resume? Blah, blah, blah. And yeah. And I said, can I come in and have a chat? Maybe there's a role available. And eventually he said, yeah, right, come in. So I go in, right? Go in there, and I've got my laptop, right, with my little web page on it. And I've been doing C++, not JavaScript or Java or anything. So I rocked in there and I said, I've made this little application. It's just a little hello world kind of thing. I wrote it in Java. And it was actually JavaScript. But he didn't know it was JavaScript. And I didn't know it was JavaScript. I just wrote it in Java. I thought Java and JavaScript were the same thing. And he's like, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I'll hire you. And he hired me. But I was just so lucky that an experienced engineer didn't come in and say, dude, that's not Java. That's JavaScript. And anyway, they're a Java shop, so I had to learn Java pretty quickly. Which I just, sat there and read books and, just hours on end kind of trying things, and got to a place where I, could sort of learn it. Yeah. And anyway, I eventually took a short course in it as well, and ended up being a Java developer for 15 years. So there you go. And years later, I saw the same guy at a conference, and I said, "Hi, I remember his name now. Greg, I think his name was. Hey, Greg, how you going? Do you remember me? I'm Andrew." He didn't even remember me. I only worked there for 3 years, and it was in the early 2000s, so fair enough. But hell, it was funny. So there you go. But the moral of the story is, really, talk to people, get out of your shell. Because the other thing is that, especially in the software engineering industry, having communication skills, being able to talk to people, is something that is a massive advantage. It's a massive advantage because most engineers can't. They're very, introverted, which is fine. I mean, I've got a lot of time for introverted people because I'm a what they call an ambivert. Sometimes I'm extroverted, other times I'm not. Yeah. So you got to hang on to that because you'll find that you'll get promoted pretty quickly as well if you can string a few words. Because basically, the way it works in the software industry is engineers get hired as an intern. Maybe they'll get into as a mid-level engineer, and then to a senior engineer, and then they might get into architecture or maybe principal engineering. That's probably the highest you can go as a person who actually codes and actually creates stuff. If you want to go further up the ranks, you got to have people skills, right? The soft skills. And you'll get to a limit in which you won't be able to make any more money than what you make already unless you have those skills. And the reason why you need those skills is because the people you will be reporting to will not know anything about engineering. They haven't done an engineering course. It's very rare that they've done an engineering course. It's getting better these days, but most of the time they don't know. They don't have engineering degrees. They have business degrees. So they go up a different route. They go up and they say, all right, I'm going to learn about, how to run a business. I'm going to learn about, whatever they learn about. I don't know what it is because I didn't learn it. And they'll come in sideways. So they'll come in at a head of position or a executive position, and they will come to you and they will talk to the person that can speak English. You know what I mean? So being able to talk in layman's terms to them, to say, and I always use I was a delivery lead for a while at a large company, where basically you're looking after a number of teams and you're reporting to executives and head ofs. So I did that for about 10 years until I got sick of it. But basically you use a lot of, not acronyms, what's the word? Oh, I can't even think of what it is now. Why's my mind gone all blank? Starts with A, that word. Anyway, it's when you compare technical terms to non-technical terms. So sort of telling them what it's kind of like. So when it's like, oh yeah, we're getting 429s from this service over here because they're being rate limited. You don't say that to an executive. You say, we're calling their web, we're calling their web service too many times, and it's causing us some problems because they're stopping us from doing too many calls. That's a pretty shit example, but yeah. Analogy. That's the word I'm looking for. Analogy. So use a lot of analogies and try and get them to understand on that level. My boss used to call it rolling up the conversation. Andrew, you need to roll up the conversation. But what it actually meant was dumb it down. It's funny. Anyway. But you'll have a lot of good skills there, so. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I started working at Esri when I was 20 years old, I think. And I've been working in the IT industry ever since, so it's 30... Shit, how old am I now? I'm nearly 50, so 20... Yeah, like 30... 38 years or something? Or is it 28? I can't even count. It's 28 years. 28 years, nearly 30 years. Full time, I have not ever taken a break longer than maybe 2 or 3 months, I think, once. And it's a great industry. Like, it's a really good industry to get into. I think the thing that's the only thing that is an issue. There are a couple of issues actually. There's a lot of what we call imposter syndrome in the IT industry. If you don't know what that is, it's basically feeling as though you're not good enough to be in the position that you are, right? And that can be exacerbated by difficult bosses. So if you've got a boss that kind of, oh yeah, yeah. If you've got a boss that kind of is stressed out all the time and kind of, scrutinizes people, then yeah, it's quite often that this can happen. The thing that I did always is, so I knew what it was like because I actually studied so remember when I was talking to you, I studied an applied science course. So this is not a computer science course. It's an applied science course. And I always had this thing in my head that like, oh shit, all these guys have been doing computer science, degrees, and I did an applied science degree. I'm not good enough to be here. And that led me down some pretty dark paths. Like in some ways it was good, to be honest, because I learned everything I could because I thought I had to catch up to these people. I didn't know what they learnt that I didn't. So I read every the basic computer books, about memory allocations and how memory works and how CPUs work and all that sort of stuff to get in this position. But it was, it was stressful. I was always worried that I'd be found out, And so I'd do everything as well. Like I was I was a system architect. I was, administration. I'll be a systems administration person. I used to be on tech support. I'd take a phone call. I'd do everything. So I was a yes person all the time. It took me years to be able to say no. You need to find someone else to do that. I've got higher priorities. Took me a while to do that. But then when I became a manager, I knew all of that. I knew that engineers suffered from that, especially females. I think it's a real issue with females, and hence why there's probably not a lot of females in the IT industry, which is a large shame, big shame. But when I became a manager, I knew all those things, and I thought, well, bugger it, I'm going to set a good culture. And so when I first walked into my management role, I said to everyone a couple of things. Number one, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Okay? So if you have any question you want to ask, you ask anyone in the team, and they will respond, and they'll be nice about it. I only hired people that were, open to, be able to provide that sort of support as well. I could tell nice people when I meet them. I said to them, nobody blames anyone. All right. You blame the problem, not the person. People make mistakes. People don't come to work to break things. They come to work to do good, usually. 99% of the time they come to work to do good. People have bad days. Accidents happen. That's fine. What we do is we don't blame the person. We blame the problem, and we try and fix it. In fact, whenever there's an issue with someone is reporting to me at work, the first thing I do is I think, what could I have done better? What could I have taught this person something? Could I have prevented this from happening? So anyway, long story short, imposter syndrome is a real issue. The lack of women in the industry is a real issue. I don't say that just because, I think there should be I do think there should be a merit to people working in the industry. Like, you need to have the basic skills and you're compared against everyone else, but there are too many dicks on the dance floor. It is true. And then, there is this kind of ceiling that you'll get to where it's like, you'll have to choose. Do I continue to code and build stuff, or do I start managing people? And that's the choice you're going to have to make at some point in your life. Am I creative? Am I still going to build things? Or do I start managing people? And the single differentiator will be money. You'll get paid more money to manage people, both up and down. So you'll be managing your stakeholders. They'll be coming to you saying, hey Andrew, I paid you all this money. I gave you $6 million. Where's my new fandangled widget that you promised me? And why is it taking so long? And how long have we got left? And why is this person doing that? What does that person do? So you'll just be looking after stakeholders and also your own people. So they'll be coming to you saying, he said that, and I don't like the way he spoke to me, and she said this, and you'll be doing that the whole time. You can tell I'm a little bit jaded. But that's the choice you'll have to make at some point. I actually went from management back to engineering because of that. I was just kind of, I don't know, got a bit sick of it, to be honest. Maybe one day I'll get back into it, but for now, I'm pretty happy just building stuff. Right. That was a bit of a rant, wasn't it? Right, but what we were going to do was we were going to look at this new timeline. Now, the first thing that's going to happen here is we hide the UI. All right. Yeah, that's... Yep. And I think the IT industry is a good place to do that. So, it's a 4-year uni course, so you must be like, what are you, early 20s, maybe 20 odd? If I could go back to myself and tell myself one thing that so many people told me to do that I didn't do, it's this. Take roughly 10, maybe 20 if you're lucky, but 10 to 20% of your money and just put it into a managed fund every month. Just do that. By the time you're my age, you won't have to worry about money at all. And your family probably won't have to worry about money either. But you got to be consistent. You have to do it every month. Like, if you just look at this. Compound interest calculator, yeah? Let's say you start even with $5,000, right? Your first $5,000. And let's say you're making, I don't know. Let's have a look here. You probably start off with about $90,000. Now I'm talking in Australian dollars, so anyway, there's probably less elsewhere whether you are in the world, but sorry. Say you're making $90,000, then you can put in $1,000 a month. That's probably too much, actually. Let's say $500 a month. All right. And let's say you do it for how long I've been working for? Nearly 30 years. You're in the States, right? We'll do the States. So you're probably going to start out with about 60K, I reckon. You'll probably start out with in the States. So 60K. Okay, calculator here. Oh, 60,000. Roughly in the bank, you're making about $5,000 a month, probably. So yeah, you could put, that's 10%, $500. You could put $500 in monthly, right? Look how much money you'd have by the time you're my age. You just you start with $5,000, put $500 a month in. Now, look at this. This is for 5% interest rate, right? 5% interest rate. You're on $438K by the time you're my age. $438,000. Now, the thing is that this interest rate here is quite low. Usually you get about 7. $650K. Now, where do you get these managed funds from? Well, there's plenty out there. The best one's probably this one in Australia. I don't know if they're in America, but I'm pretty sure BlackRock is as well. So, yeah, you just get a diversified managed fund. And if you look at these ones, let's have a look at some of the ones here. Performance. So it's getting like 8%, 7% here. If you just put $10,000 in 5 years ago without doing anything, you got yourself $1,000 on top of that. But the thing is that it's about compound interest. So that's why you have to do it regularly. So these are just, if you put $10,000 in, just left it and didn't do anything, you get about $1,000 out of it. But if you keep putting that $500 in, by the time you're my age, you're like, oh, I'm just going to do whatever I want because I've got the money to do it. Compound interest calculator. Yeah, look at that. Right. Yeah. We're going to make... It's going to hide UI. We're going to switch to... No, hang on. I'm just going to look at this one to see what this does. Because I know this does the thing, hide UI. Oh, actually, no. Let's go back to the start. But yeah, if you are interested in any questions, or you have any questions about the IoT industry in general, I've been doing it for a long time, and so I can probably give you some advice. You probably know more than me about the basics of engineering. But I've been around for a while, so I can probably point you in the right direction. Okay. Right. Oh, mid-20s, yeah. Yeah, you still got plenty of time, man. So, just do it. See, what I did when I was a kid was just go out and party and spend all my money, and yeah, till my late 20s, and then it's too late because it's like you're not in the groove, you know, you're not doing it every month. You might find it hard, but you know, if you just have that taken out of your account before you even see the money, that's the best way to do it. All right. Let's set this up. So we're going to start with hiding the UI. And we'll start the conversation. Just going to zoom into her. Oh, is it pre-tax? Nice. IRA, that must be like your super. What is it? Your superannuation? What's IRA in the States? Let me look at this. Yeah, retirement account. Yeah. So we've got the same thing. It's called our superannuation. Yeah. Right. That's right. You get taxed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They're starting to put that shit in Australia as well. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. I think it's the 401k is the same. I don't know why they call it the 401k. What do they mean that? 401k. Like, why was it called I know it's the retirement thing, but why did they call it 401k? Oh, code section 401k, right. It's part of the Revenue Act. Yeah, okay. Yep. Same thing we've got in Australia. So they take 11% of our wage, and they stick it in an account. And then when we get old, can't work anymore, you want to retire, you can start doing that. It's going to be a long way off for me because I don't think I'm ever going to retire, to be honest. If I can still work, I am going to work. Whether it be for myself or someone else. Because what else are you going to do, eh? Sit around and bloody play with yourself? I don't know. What are you going to do? I'm just going to add a few of these in. So the first thing that happens is we hide the UI. And then what's the next part of that clip there? It's this one. Yeah, it's going to zoom right into her. Yeah, look, a lot of it will be taken care for you. Like, you'll have to nominate. Generally, when you join a company, they'll have a superannuation company that's already leeching from them. So they've got a whole bunch of employees in the same company there's a company wide superannuation plan, or 401k, or whatever you want to call it over there. And you just join that one, or you can bring your own one if you want. Either way, you nominate one, and then they just pay into that. And I think, looks like you guys have got, you can contribute to it personally as well. Oh yeah, social security. Yeah. Look, yeah, but anyway, it's good to know about it. It is good to know about it. But I would also, on top of your superannuation, look at putting some money in a managed fund. Just do it. Trust me. when you're old, you'll say, "Oh, I remember that dude on Twitch. He told me to do it, and here I am, sitting in the Caribbean, sipping on martinis or whatever you want, margaritas." Yes, the government has voluntold me into another investment called Social Security. Yeah. Look, I think there should be a bit of a safety net for people. That's right. I think there's, as much as I don't like paying tax, Chief, I can see why there is tax, because I think that we need to look after the weakest members of our society, the people who can't work. But the amount of waste that goes on is also pretty incredible in government. I know this for a fact because I used to work for a company called Space Time Research that are now called Winark Australia. Alright, these guys, Winark Australia. I work for these guys. They got bought out just before I left, and I actually made, here it is right, they've still got this thing, man. I actually made this, was the lead engineer on this particular piece of software here, which is called Table Builder. And this is a crappy little presentation, you can't even see it. Let's try open that video on a new tab. Here we go. Alright, so what this does is basically it's a database system. Oh yeah, look, agree with that, man. Agree with the whole government. I think you have to be a pretty sort of questionable person to get into government in the first place. I mean, there are good people in government, but there's a reason why people are in that position. Anyway, I'll get to what I'm referring to in terms of government. But basically, I made this particular piece of software. I was the lead developer and delivered it to the Australian government. And just have a look at this. Basically, it's a microdata aggregation system. So on the left-hand side here, you've got all the data sets, and you can actually build tables. So we're looking at house prices in England and Wales, right? And we can click on it, and you can see statistics. This is why stats is good. You'll see them building somewhere. So they're building a table. It's a cross tabulation, and it tabulates, and it gives you numbers back, and then you can create charts. And here's a chart they're doing. Yeah, I did the maps in it as well. Remember, I was doing GIS sort of stuff. Let's see if they show the maps. See if they show the maps. They probably won't because they're useless. I mean, the company's useless. But anyway, they haven't done anything in 10 years. Anyway, so this particular piece of software, we used to sell it to governments all around the world, right? I'd go there. I went to Maryland, to the Bureau of Census in the United States Bureau of Census in Maryland, and sold them this software. And I tell you, we saw them coming. As soon as there was a talk of selling to a government, or because we sold this to private as well, but we sold it to governments. As soon as there was talk about a government contract coming in, there'd always be an extra zero added, right? If it was 400, we usually sold this for $400,000 to, private companies. As soon as the government came along, it's government. Wow, we've got to have secure servers, and we've got to configure it all this way, and it's got to be, just all bullshit. 4 million. 4 million, thanks. A year. Per year, that is. Not like, not like a perpetual license. It's 4 million per year. Just because it was government. Anyway, it just sort of shows you how they get ripped off, and it's your tax dollars that they're spending. Anyway, that's Winark. Flew around the world selling that stuff. Where'd I go to? I went to Washington DC a couple of times. I went to Sao Paulo. I went to Hong Kong. I went to the UK, the NHS in the UK. Went to Scotland. Yeah, a bunch of places. Ireland. Selling that software. That was when I was a solution architect, which basically for a solution architect, when you're in a very small startup company. Yeah, exactly. But I tell you what, this is another thing that you'll be faced with when you're selling software, and that is that I was actually a solution architect at that point. So lead engineer, you go lead engineer, and then after that you can become a solution architect. And that's when you're starting to see the clients face to face and taking their requirements and translating them into actual software. Again, another reason why you want good communication skills. But one thing that's going to happen, especially in smaller companies, is that your salespeople, in this case it was our managing director, because I flew around with him the whole time. Oh, and the sales guy was there as well. He's like the executive sales guy. They were both there. They will always, when someone asks them, can you do this? Their answer is always yes. And they expect they want your answer to also be yes. So it'd be like, I'd be sitting there in a meeting, and my boss and the client would go, oh yeah, but can it do this? And my boss would go, yes, it can, Andrew. Tell them how it works. And so my answer would always be, well, he can, but what he means is this. And so I'd sort of just try and, we can do it this way if we can figure out like this, and we might need to do a little bit of work in this area just to refactor it so that it's, and I'd just, try and get my way through the conversation to the point where I would basically tell them, no, we can't do it right now, but if you give us enough money, we can, So I would never say no, but I would kind of, turn it around as to say, we just need to configure it this way, or, that we'd have to add, we can quite easily, change the software to be this way. And they were even kind of very adverse to me saying that you can change something. Yeah, that's right. Yes, 3 transfer blue. So if my boss would say to me, Andrew, don't say anything about doing any development, because clients don't they want to see the thing come out of the box. They want it to be, they want it to work out of the box. And so I would say things like, I'd have to configure it differently to do that, which is definitely, but it's possible, Oh, that was a freaking nightmare. Although I'll tell you my worst experience, which was with this particular piece of software, right? I was here in Australia, and we got a call from the Australian government, and they wanted to use this in one of the departments called the Australian Business Registry, which is this one here, the ABR, which I think I'm pretty sure they've got them of a client now. Let's have a quick look. I think they ended up selling it. This is towards the end of my tenure there. Winark. Sorry, go back here to Winark. Let's just check if they've got them on the... where's your customer list? Here we go. No, got the Australian Bureau. No, they never got it. Maybe they did. Oh, hang on. Yeah, anyway. They probably lost them as a client by now. But anyway, what happened was we were doing this thing called perturbation. They've got a particular sort of algorithm which is called perturbation. All right. Can you do a search on this? Anyway, that's probably this one, public open data, I'd say. No, they make you sign up. But anyway, this thing called perturbation, which is basically like if you go to any government website and you look at numbers, right? So you might want to build a report like we just saw. If I open this again, have a look at this one. If you want to build a report like this, and it's going to give you some numbers back, one thing you're going to notice, if we get to the point where we can see the numbers, right, here we go, you'll notice that these are all very large numbers, and you'll never see anything below like 100 or 10. The reason why that is because there's some manipulation that's happening behind the scenes. They're changing the smaller numbers, and the reason why they do that is so that you can't find the one person that lives in Yorkshire who, was born in 1996 and owns a red car, because you'll be able to find that person. And governments are really quite strict in terms of their laws. They can actually go to jail if they expose anyone's information. And that's why governments are also really difficult to work with if you're moving from one department to another. If you want to say, all right, you've got all my information already in the tax department, why can't you just read it in the birth, deaths and marriages, or the Medicare, or whatever it is that you want to call it over there, right? Why can't you just use the information? I've already filled out that form 6 times for a different department. Why do I have to fill it out for this one? That's the reason why. They just do not let people your information out, or they go to jail. Anyway, so I digressed a little bit. It was we'd got this call from the ABR, and they said to us they want to see this thing called perturbation, which does these little manipulations of low count values. And so I got their data, because you get a sample data set. It's not the real thing. Obviously, they wouldn't share the real thing, but they give us a sample data set. And we load it up in this thing. And then the idea is that, we would demonstrate to them with their data how it all looks, just like we're looking here, nice little charts, and you can see, buttons, and you can drill down into charts and all that sort of jazz. Anyway, so I got it all working, or so I thought. Got it all working, chucked it on the laptop, flew up there. Anyway, we decided luckily that we would, stay the night there beforehand, and then in the morning at about 8 o'clock we were going to meet with them have breakfast, and then start the presentation. And so the night before, I was in my 20s, went out and had a few beers with a few people, got back to the hotel room at about 10:30, 11 o'clock. I thought I'd better just check it, see if it was all working, and it stopped working. Like the numbers weren't right. They're supposed to add up in a particular way. So that if you go back here, right, wherever we were, where's our table? Yeah, so right at the bottom of this table there's a total. Right, now if you're going to manipulate any of these numbers in here, if you're going to change any of them, the total still has to be right, So there's a lot of like algorithms and mathematics in there that manipulates it so that it still adds up at the bottom, right? Yeah, and there's totals and grand totals and all that sort of stuff you got to worry about. Anyway, so I ran the numbers. I hadn't checked it when I first did it, and I noticed that the totals weren't adding up. I'm like, oh shit, what's going on? What the hell's happening here? Anyway, I rang up the other dudes. I'm like, guys, it's not working. And they're like, they're all half pissed. They're like, it doesn't matter, whatever, blah, blah. So I'm sitting there, I worked on it until 4 o'clock in the morning. Couldn't get it working. And I'm like, what the hell is going on, Anyway, I put together this whole presentation as well. So it was, it was pretty full on. And, and so I rock up in the morning, bit hungover. I'm like, oh no, it's still not working. I talked to one of the other engineers and I'm like, man, I've got to give this presentation. Can you please take a look at it? Because I just don't know, I haven't been able to fix it. And he's like, yeah, all right. And so I'm literally, it gets to like 9 o'clock and he still hasn't figured, he's still going, I don't know what's going on either, And anyway, so it gets to 9 o'clock and then they're like, oh, and here's Andrew, to do the demonstration. And I'm like, and I've got some slides and I'm like, fuck, so I've got my other engineer down here and he's having a look at it. And I'm looking at him. I'm doing the presentation, welcoming everyone, talking about perturbation. And like, I'm looking over to him and he's like shaking his head. Like he's trying to get it working. He's still shaking his head. And I'm like, shit. And then I'm like, and then I noticed that there was a guy in the because I didn't notice, but there was a guy who came up with me who's a statistician. And I'm like, righty, I'm going to try and extend this to give this guy some more time to fix this thing so it's working before I demonstrate it. And I'm like, all right, now we've got, I think his name is Nick. Yeah, we've got Nick. So Nick, he's been doing a lot of work in statistics because he's been talking about, I was talking about perturbation and how there's another thing in this whole tabular sort of these tabular calculations where you can crack perturbation. So if you've got two tables, you can multiply them together and do some fancy statistics. And I remembered that, and I'm like, right, and we actually had ways around that. And so I said, oh, now Nick's going to explain a little bit about that. So Nick, could you come and talk to it? And I'm just I'm sweating, I'm trying to give this guy a bit more time. And then, he finished his thing up and I looked over and he just went like this to me. He goes like that and he cracked it and it worked. And I go, right, now here's the demonstration. And so we showed it and it was just the biggest relief, man. But it was like something out of a movie, I'm telling you. It was full on. But yeah, it all worked in the end. And, I'm not sure if we got the sale. The sales can take like 2 to 3 years. Yeah, it was insane, man. It was insane. The opposite thing actually happened to me as well when I was in the UK, right? So here's another little quick story. And I might have to finish up pretty soon. But anyway, here's another little quick story. Same product. Right, we went over to the NHS, which is in the UK, right? And the NHS is like it's like Medicaid, I think, in America, or whatever you want to call it. It's Medicare in Australia. Anyway, we went over there to sell this piece of software to them, and same sort of thing. We were selling them perturbation, all that sort of stuff. Anyway, we thought we'd go out for a few beers at lunchtime. So my boss and I, he was a bit of a big drinker. We went out for a couple of beers, as of beers and fish and chips and stuff. All right, this was in a different country. We didn't really know the laws or anything like that. And so we had they had big glasses there, big glasses of beer, about yay big. So we had a big drink of that, and then we eat our fish and chips, and then we have another one. So we're getting a little bit tipsy. Anyway, rock back to the NHS, and on the way back, right, there was the guy who had been taking us out. He was from the NHS as well. He took us out for lunch, Now, on the way back, he says to us, "Oh, by the way, there's a no alcohol policy at NHS." And we just had 2 beers. You're not allowed to have any alcohol in your system when you walk in there, We're like, oh shit. He didn't say anything after that, but we're like, oh no. So we go in there half cut, and straight to the coffee machine, drinking the coffee machine. And I'm rocking in there. I'm thinking I just need to do a demonstration, be easy enough. Because we'd already had some pre-planned data and it was all sweet. And my boss goes to me. My boss is in there, right? And we're talking to the client. And the client goes to me, "Oh, we've got some data here, Andrew. Can you put our data into this system?" And my boss is like, "Yeah, he can do it." And it usually take me 3 days to do this. And we were selling it, this system was like, oh, it's really easy to get data into it. It's so simple, Here I am, 2 large beers in, and, he's just giving me this dump of data to import into this system. And I'm like, oh, and, and my boss is talking to the client, saying how fast this is to do. Because the problem with these systems is that the data that you're given is actually, it's usually not very clean. So when you import it, it might have an extra comma somewhere, or they've put the wrong value in a field, which is a text value instead of a number value, and it just screws everything up. Everyone who says their data is clean it's just not true. It takes days to clean data, and that's the hardest thing. It's still an issue. It's an issue with AI now. If you got shit data, you get shit data out. Shit data in, shit data out. Anyway, so he gave me this dump of data, and I'm like, this is just not going to work. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, nah. I kept shaking my head to my boss, and he's like, giving me the eye, do it because we want to sell this. Anyway, I imported it, and it worked straight away. The data was just immaculately clean. It just came straight in. I did the tabulations. The perturbations all worked. Anyway, a few stories there. Crazy times. Crazy times. All right, dudes. Well, I think what we have to do is take a bit of a break. Oh, what am I building right now? I'm building a game, man. This is my fun time. So, I'll show you a bit of the game that I've been making. So this is called Dolven. It's a turn-based RPG. So think games like Baldur's Gate or XCOM. And it's got a card deck builder in it as well. So you can play cards on your characters, and you're also playing cards against a boss. So I mean, this was, it started about 3 years ago when I got bored. So bugger it, I'll make a game. And it's just continued on since then. The name of the game's called Dolphin. I'll pop the link in chat so you can take a look at your pleasure. But yeah, so I'm actually just working on a cutscene at the moment. Seems to be running pretty slow. There we go. Alright, so so this is probably not a great scene to show you straight up, but basically this card boss here is usually behind this table. This is the final scene of this particular level, and so she comes out and fights you. But you'll see her cards come down here and play. So basically you're moving these characters around the grid. You've got a whole inventory system as well, so you can attach new gear. So here we go, got some gloves I can put on. What else we got here? Oh yeah, new gloves here as well. New top. There we go, nice new top. No, I've got another guy who's I worked on I've probably done most of it, but I've got another guy in Sydney who spends a day or two, maybe a day a week on it, kind of on and off. He's got his own company, but he's been helping me with this as well. But yeah, I've done most of the work on it. And basically, yeah, so you've got these characters that you're moving around the screen, and you can play cards on them. So you've got two types of cards. You've got the spell cards, and you've also got these mercenary cards. Now, the spell cards you can play on the grid space. So it might be, for example, this one here, which is a Seal of Faith. This adds a shield, so I can add a shield to my Guardian, for example. Now there's traps and stuff, so if I walk on this mushroom, it'll give me a bit of poison, but I can heal as well. I don't have any heals. Yeah, and so basically you've got these action points as well. So that blue line's the action points, and the red line's the health. And so once you've played your cards, you've got you can end your turn, and then it's the boss's turn. So you see the cards coming down on the top up here. She'll play those cards. Okay, so she's playing this one. Now these ones, you can play those on the pillars down here. And so what you're doing is you're actually playing a game of cards. Oh, you just totally murdered my friggin' warrior then. Anyway, and I'll just show you this to show you how it works. So these cards have got both a mana count and a rune count. And you see the boss here just played a rune count of 2. So if I drag this here, which I probably shouldn't do because this actually affects all my players. So the cards do different things. So if I put that there, it'll actually add armor to everyone. So by playing the cards, you're actually buffing or debuffing. But if I play 2 2s here, it'll actually give me a pair, and that gives me more mana, and then I can play more cards during my turn. So I can play another card here, for example, which is a trap. So I'll put down a trap. Not that he's going to walk on it because he's an archer and he won't get close to me. But what I'll do is I might just move him over there, and I can put him into a defensive stance. I can start hammering away on some of these. Yeah, so basically what you're doing is you're trying to kill off his characters, or her characters in this instance. And so here's a card that raises the ground, so it does like it's like a kind of stops me from walking there, for example. But you can also use that to obstruct, so you can stop arrows from being shot to you or whatever. Alright, just went after my guardian. But that's okay. I think we're going alright. So I can heal up my guardian here. Which is good. I can maybe shoot this. Let's go for this archer here. And should be able to take this one out. Yeah, side project. So I work for a logistics company at the moment. And you know, I mean, it's good. It's not as fun as making games, but if you want fun and money, they don't really connect. If you want lots of money, do boring jobs. They've got a resurrect here, which is cool. So I'm going to resurrect my guy. There he is. Yeah, so this is my hobby project, basically. It's a bit more of a hobby though, because like we've been, you know, really getting into it. We've gone to conferences. You know, we really want to try and make something of this. I'd like to be able to do this full time. That would be fun. But this is the first kind of big game that we've put together. And hoping to release this one towards the end of this year. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, that's Dolphin, and you can play the demo right now, actually, for free. It's about an hour long. So, you know, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, have a cup of coffee or something. Yes. Yes, this is true, Necro. In fact, it's all of the disciplines put together. It's the hardest thing you can do, basically, I think. I believe, anyway. I think it's the hardest thing you can make is a game, especially one that's got any kind of simulation in it. Requires art, physics, mathematics, statistics, you know, algorithms. Pretty much every design pattern you can think of, it's all in there. And the game developers are the ones that get paid the least. So there you go. But anyway, I'm hoping this one does alright in terms of sales, so that we can continue to make more games. Anyway, as I said, I'm going to take a bit of a break, so thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Yeah, if you do get a chance to check it out, that'd be great, and would really appreciate a wish list. Otherwise, enjoy yourself, and I hope the course goes well Necro. And drop in and say hi again sometime. Alright, see you guys. Thanks. Bye.